Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Please pardon my voice today. I just hope you will be able to hear me and the record will capture my voice. Nelisiwe, may you please call.
Morning.
Morning. Nelisiwe, may you please call place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 15th of August, 2022. Calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Morning, my
Good
lady.
morning, Miss Merritt.
The witness is Matsidiso Priscilla Olga Niatlu. She is present to take the oath.
Nelisiwe, can you please let the witness swear? Nelisiwe, are you there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am. Please state your full names and surname for the record.
My name is Matsidiso Priscilla Olga Nyatlo.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so,
Yes.
please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
You're hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
So, Ms. Nyatlo, there are certain things that I want to explain to you just prior to you giving evidence. You are an interested party in these proceedings. So I need to explain to you that as you have been called here to testify, questions will be put to you for an answer. If the answer that you will give, or you feel that an answer that you want to give for the questions will likely incriminate you, you have the right to tell the court and say you do not want to answer that question because you fear to incriminate yourself. Do you understand?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you very much. Is she going to use the services of an interpreter, Ms. Merritt?
My lady, we were informed that she will continue in English.
Okay. Is that correct? Do you confirm, Ms. Nyatlo,
Yes,
that
my
you will
lady.
testify in English? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. We will go to
Yes,
page.
I saw somebody, there was a hand, if I don't know. Whose hand is that? Yes, Mr. You are muted.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
My lady, I apologize to interrupt. Before we start, my lady, I just want to place on record, my lady, that I was informed by the witness that she's taking some medication, and now and then she will be asking the court indulgence, my lady, to relieve herself, my lady.
Do you confirm that, Ms. Nyatlo?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Ms. Marriott.
As the court pleases, my lady, we can go to page 401 on case lines.
401.
Yes.
Just bear with me. you may proceed, Ms. Merritt.
Thank you, my lady. Ma'am, the statement on page 401, that's your first statement that you've made. Do you have that before you? Ms.
Yes, I
Nyatu?
have the statement in front of me.
Thank you. Do you confirm that is a statement that you've made?
Yes, I do confirm, my lady.
Did you initial each page at the bottom of the page of these pages of the statement?
Yes, I did, my lady.
Did you sign your signature on page 404 of the statement?
Yes, that is my signature, my lady.
Did you read the statement before you signed the statement?
Yes, I have read the statement, my lady.
Do you confirm the correctness of the statement when you signed the statement?
Yes, I do confirm the correctness, my lady.
And on page 404, the statement was commissioned. Do you agree?
Yes.
My lady, I would request that the statement be handed in as an exhibit. If someone can just indicate to me, I'm not sure what's the exhibit
We were
number
on
at this point.
GG. Can you confirm, Mr. Pienaar and Mr. Van Bergen, if or any one of you? I think we were on GG. If I
Please the court, my lady, I think we would be commencing today with Exhibit H. We were with the
is it
previous
H?
witness.
Is it HH or H? That should be HH. Am I correct, Ms. Merritt? It should be. We were already
My
on
lady,
the
we're
double
already
letters.
in the, yes.
Yes.
Then I
HH,
would
sorry,
request
my
it to be
lady.
marked as exhibit HH1.
Okay. Do you all confirm? Whoever can confirm on behalf of the others? Just one. I'm going to move. This will be. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No
None.
objection, my lady.
The statement of the witness that is found on page 401, case line, is handed in and forms part of the record. And it is admitted into evidence marked exhibit HH. Is that the only statement, Ms. Merritt?
Now, my lady, there's another amendment on that statement on page 37.
Is it fine if we just leave it as exhibit HH? Are you not going
Yes.
to number them? HH1, HH until all the statements are, you have done
Yes,
all
my
the
lady.
So this
I'll
should
request
be
it
HH1.
as the court pleases.
The statement is admitted into evidence and it is marked exhibit HH1.
My lady, the second statement is on page 37545.
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed. Let me
Thank you.
just quickly get the page. Does the witness already has the page with before?
Mrs. Nyatu, do you have the statement before you?
Yes, my lady, I do have.
Okay, you can proceed.
Do you confirm this is a statement that was made by yourself
Yes, I do confirm, my lady.
and that you initial each page at the bottom of each page of this statement
Yes, I do confirm.
and that you signed it on page 37556?
Yes, I did sign.
Did you read
My
your
lady.
statement before? Sorry. Did you read your statement before you signed your statement?
Yes, I did read my statement, my lady.
Do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
I do confirm the correctness of the statement, my lady.
And your statement was also commissioned on page 37556.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I would then request that this statement be handed in as exhibit HH2.
Is there any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
you, Mr. Pinar. The statement of the witness as it appears on case line, pages 37545 to 37556, is admitted into evidence and it is marked Exhibit HH2.
As the court pleases, my lady. Ms. Nyatlu, just one aspect that I want to clarify. Do you have any personal knowledge about the patients that attended CCRC during the period when the life Esidimeni patients were transferred?
No, I don't. I did not have any knowledge, my lady.
Do you know a patient named Jakubis?
No, my lady, I did not know the patient.
And do you know a patient
Just go slow, Ms.
as the
Miller.
court pleases?
Tino?
Thank you. And do you know a patient called Jan Denaker?
No, I
Dieneke.
I don't know the patient, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Further cross-examination by Mr. Ward-Brinkel. Do you have any cross-examination to the witness?
Milady, we have no cross-examination at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hudes?
As it pleases the court, my lady, we have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Pinar? Mr. Pinar?
Sorry, my lady. May it please the court, my lady. At this stage, no questions to this witness, but may I request an indulgence should any matter arise during further cross-examination to proceed with cross-examination if necessary. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. No questions at this stage.
Ms. Hasim?
Good morning, my lady. I will be conducting the cross-examination this morning.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Ms. Bowen.
My lady, just as a form of introduction, just to tell the court a bit about the focus for this cross-examination. The cross-examination will be limited to 4 aspects, and that is the establishment of Siabadinga, the movement of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni to CCRC, and then from CCRC to Anchor, the relationship with the department, and also the assistance that CCRC was providing to the NGOs. That's the scope of the cross-examination this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Proceed.
As a court,
My
please.
lady,
Yes.
I apologize. Advocate Light just request to leave the meeting. The camera is keep frozen, so they're just going to leave and rejoin the meeting for the cross-examination to continue.
So, okay, that is all right. That's fine. Can we just wait for them? Thank you. Just before we proceed, is it fine now, Ms. Merriott?
It seems so, yes, thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Boy.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Nyatlo. My name is Tabang Poe, and I'm acting for 44 families and the South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
Good morning, Council.
Ms. Nyatlo, perhaps can we please start with the Exhibit HH1, which is your statement, which starts at page 401 of case lines. Ms. Nyatlo, I'll also be reading it alongside the amendments because the amendments also are amending certain paragraphs of the main statement. So I'll do my best, my lady, to point to both statements when I'm referring to specific paragraphs.
Okay, that's fine.
The first thing, Ms. Nyatlo, is at paragraph 3, you mentioned that you were the CEO of CCRC and
That's
that
correct,
you
Councillor.
and that you were reporting to Dr. Manamela. Could you explain a bit more about what that entailed?
As a Chief Executive Officer of CCRC, my supervisor was Dr. Manamela, which means I was accountable to Dr. Manamela in my duties as a manager of the institution.
And does this entail periodic reports to Dr. Manamela?
Periodic reports to the review board.
Okay. And were there any reports that were provided to Dr. Manamela?
Yes, the monthly report of the institution was provided on a monthly basis to the office of Dr. Manamela.
Thank you. And then I'd just like us to talk about the establishment of Siabadinga. And that is specifically to go to your amended statement, page 37548.
Yes, I'm in there, Council.
Thank you so much. But before we get to that one, could you please go back to 37547 at paragraph 5.2?
37547.
Yes, in that page.
At paragraph 5.2, you explained that you proposed the establishment of an NGO at the vacant wards that CCRC had.
That's correct, Council.
And in so doing, why was this proposal made?
This proposal, Council, was made to the meetings that were sitting and were chaired by Dr. Manamela, because in the establishment we had half the institution that had beds that were usable, and most of the beds were not usable. And we also had a lot of many patients that were technically discharged.
I don't just
My
a
lady.
second. Yes, I just don't get the answer. If you can just repeat, I just don't get it. What was the specific reason for doing what you are explaining on this paragraph? That was your question, Ms. Mopo.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, if you can just explain to us. We understand that you had several meetings with Dr. Manamela, but what prompted you to do so regarding this very aspect that you are discussing on this paragraph?
Well, what prompted my lady, the proposal was the fact that in order for CCRC to take part in the project, Life Esidimeni project, we had to discharge some of the patients that were already in the institution, but were technically discharged. My lady.
All right, just a second. Yes, continue, Ms. Bo, or is that all from you, Ms. Nyatlo?
That is all, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nyatlo.
Ms. Nyatlo, you explained in your statement that the department gave you the go-ahead for this proposal, or that Dr. Manamela welcomed the proposal. What did you understand the role of the department to be in that process?
The role of the department was, I understood it to give a permission for that proposal, my lady.
Okay.
For the proposal, okay. And the first NGO that was first chosen to be occupying the wards was the Love Disciples. And when that fell through, it was then Siabadinga that was appointed.
That is correct, my lady.
And then at paragraph 6.5, you indicate that a lease agreement was then signed with Siabadinga.
And the amendment.
What's the amendment?
Amendment. Yes, the lease agreement was signed with Siabadinga. It is correct.
Thank you. And in signing the lease agreement, you also, was Siabadinga at that point a recognized NGO? Did it have any accreditation? Was it licensed?
It was not licensed, my lady.
My lady, there's questions from, I think there's hands from Ms. Marriott.
Yes, I can see that Miss Marriott, and there. Okay, is it Miss Marriott only? Yes, you may proceed.
My lady, it's my respectful submission that these questions is not for this witness to answer. She didn't have any authorization or decision making regarding the NGOs. There were merely patients discharged to these NGOs, so I don't see the relevance for this witness to answer these questions.
Yes, can the witness step aside as Ms. Poe is answering responding to this? Yes, Ms. Poe.
My lady, these questions are directed at the witness because she does explain in her statement that in the process of signing these lease agreements, she was aware that the NGOs didn't have the necessary licensing, and in fact raised this issue with Dr. Manamela. There's also allegations in various reports that will be dealt with in future by Dr. Silibano, which detail the witness's involvement in the establishment of Siabadinga and a number of complaints that arose from that process, which affected the care of the mental health care users. And so I submit that she is in a position to answer this because she seemed to have spearheaded this process from the documents before this court.
Yes, Ms. Marriott.
My lady, then it's my respectful submission that my colleague can go straight to the point. It's not necessary to ask these roundabout questions just to get to a certain point relating to the end of a cross-examination.
Okay. Ms. Boy? Perhaps you should just go straight to the point because what you are asking is already there, isn't it, in the statement, so that we shouldn't be confused and the evidence will be repeated, isn't it?
My lady, I take the point. Perhaps I was just trying to lay a form of a foundation.
Yes, but it is there and it is confirmed in the statement as you have just highlighted it before court. Thank you.
My lady, there seems to be more hands.
Who sent is that? Is that not Ms. Marriott sent?
There's also Mr. Pishela and Mr. Chabangu. Sorry.
I've just seen this one. Why am I not seeing the other hands? Mr. Pishela, are you there? I've noted Mr. Shabangu. Okay.
Good morning, my
All right.
lady, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hear you first and then Mr. Shabangu?
Oh, please, my lady. My lady, I have an issue with Advocate Mario taking issue with the manner in which the cross-examination is conducted. I think my learned colleague here should be given the leeway to develop her cross-examination. It was allowed before and it should be allowed now. There is no reason to curtail her because the basis of the objection, it's baseless.
Mr. Pishela,
the witness is in a position to
court has
answer the
already
questions.
ruled on the matter. Can I hear you? The court has already ruled on the matter. Well, that question that has been asked, it's all the answer to the question is on the statement, right? So what Ms. Power has to do is to go straight to the point. The court has already ruled on the matter. You can't say that question was baseless. That objection was baseless. Yes.
No, your ladyship is misunderstanding me.
I understand you quite well. You are saying you want to refer me to what has happened before. I'm just saying in respect of this particular objection, the court has already ruled. Be that as it may, I didn't find the question to be baseless from what you are saying. And I don't think one would relate it to what is already on record.
Not the question, my lady. I was talking about the objection. I merely wanted to address the court on the...
I'm just saying objection or question instead of objection, but it's an objection.
Yes, your ladyship, please.
All what I'm saying is that the court has ruled on the matter. Maybe your submission came late.
The hand was up, my lady, for quite some time.
I didn't notice that. That is why I was saying, even the other hand of Mr. Shabangu, I didn't notice that. And I've indicated that if I don't recognize you, please just alert me.
Yes, court, please,
thank you.
My lady.
And I'm of the view that I've dealt with the matter. Thank you. Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, I'm covered. The court has ruled on the matter, my lady. I wanted to lower my hand, but my system was giving me problems, my lady.
Okay, please alert me, all of you, if I don't see you, because I'm listening and I'm also writing. Ms. Power?
Thank you.
Can the witness come back? Yes, continue, Ms. Power.
Ms. Nyatlo, in your statement, I'll start at paragraph 6.2, which is at page 37548. And in that paragraph, if you found it.
Yes. Paragraph 6.2. Thank you. I've found it.
You say there that I did not know the requirements for NGOs to be compliant with, and the department had their criteria in dealing with NGOs. Correct? Later on, in your affidavit, specifically paragraph 7.1, and specifically the later part of it at page 37550. You say there that the lease agreement was then signed between CCRC and Siabadinga. Can you see that?
I'm trying to find this sentence. I'm on 7.1.
It would be on page 37550.
550. Yes, I'm on page 37550. Yes,
Line 5 on that paragraph, Ms. Nyatlo. From the top.
Yes, I found it. Thank you, my lady.
Yes. And then the last paragraph.
Just a second.
Apologies, my lady.
It's not line 5. I think I made a mistake. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Line 8. This has to do with the signing of the lease agreement.
Yes, I'm on it, my lady.
Thank you. And then the last reference I'll make.
Let her read let her read it on her own so that she understands. If you can just look at that paragraph quickly.
I've completely reading it, my lady.
All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlo. The last paragraph I'll make reference to is 7.7, paragraph 7.7 on page 37551. If you can read that paragraph.
I'm lost. Which paragraph?
7.5.
7.5. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, if you can read that paragraph. It says before CCRC could discharge patients to Siabadinga. That's how it starts.
Yes.
So
I've read it, my dear. I've read it.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlo. In those paragraphs that I've referred you to, you've admitted to not knowing the requirements for the establishment of an NGO and that you signed the lease agreement with Siabadinga, but that at the point of signing and indeed discharging patients to Siabadinga, the Siabadinga was not licensed, nor had it signed a service level agreement, nor were the health workers trained. Is there a reason why you signed the lease agreement without any of these requirements being met, or transferring patients without the proper licensing? My lady, there's a hand.
Thank you. Just a second for me. Yes, who sent is that?
It's me, my lady.
Yes.
As a court, please, my lady. I have a problem with this line of questioning to the witness, my
Can
lady.
the witness step aside, please? Yes, Mr. Nyatlo.
As the court pleases, my lady, my objection to this line of questioning, my lady, it goes down to the issue of relevance, my lady. The signing of the lease agreement, my lady, has nothing to do with the licensing of the NGO, my lady. And as the court has ruled earlier on, the answers are contained in the statement, my lady.
Ms. Nyatlo and Ms. Poe, now you're already Ms. Nyatlo.
No, my lady, I understand. My lady, the course of events are all connected. The Siabadinga NGO came in and assumed patients from CCRC, and this was done in the context of no licensing, and the CEO of the institution knew that the facilities wasn't licensed. And even when entering into the lease agreement with Siabadinga, didn't know any of the requirements for proper licensing of a facility to accept mental health care users. This is relevant, my lady, because throughout this inquest, we've heard that the level of care, the haste in which the processes were undertaken, all were contributory factors to the events that then played out. And so I submit that this line of questioning is indeed relevant, and the witness is in a position to explain her actions in this regard.
Thank you. I see there is a, who sent is that?
As a court, I think it's my hand.
Just a second before you reply, Mr. Pinel.
May it please the court, my lady. I just want, if the court would allow me, just to refer to paragraph 7.5, to which my learned friend has referred, which I believe answers the question where the response is, or the statements made, Dr. Manamela informed me that all my concerns will be resolved after the NGO had received their patients, as the focus was to move patients out of Life Esidimeni facilities. My lady, with all due respect, that is an answer. This is a collateral issue. Answer has been represented, and asking a further question where an answer has been provided means it becomes superfluous, and then the question that comes to the fore is, what is the relevancy then of further questions where an answer has been provided which has not been contradicted in any manner, my lady? May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabama.
As a court, please, my lady, as I've mentioned earlier on, my objection was raised on the issue of relevance to this question, my lady, and as the court has ruled that the answer is provided in the statement, my lady.
Ms.
More
Nyatlo,
especially as a court, please, my lady, more especially on 7.5,
Okay.
my lady.
thank you very much. Ms. Poe, I don't know where you're going, but I didn't want to distract you. And in my view, the information that you request is in the statement, unless you need it for clarification. But it appears that that is well explained in the statement. You can just move straight to the point, please.
Thank you, my lady.
Can the witness come back? Proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Nyatlo, you explained that in your statement at paragraph 5.7 that you
Is it 5.7 or 7.5?
7.5. My
Just
apologies, my lady.
yes.
The electricity just went on and off. At paragraph 7.5, that you raised these concerns with Dr. Manamela, and Dr. Manamela informed you that these concerns would be attended to once the patients have been moved. My question then becomes, were these concerns actually addressed by Dr. Manamela?
My lady, the concerns were raised with Dr. Manamela as my supervisor, and that was the response that I received from Dr. Manamela. That at that point, the focus was on removing patients from Life Esidimeni.
And during your time at CCRC, were these concerns ever handled, to your knowledge?
No, my lady.
Just a second. Continue.
Ms. Nyatlo, did you ever follow up with Dr. Manamela or any of the department officials?
Okay, can I be clarified on the concerns?
Yes,
Yes,
about
we're talking about those concerns as referred to in that paragraph.
Yeah. My lady, unfortunately, my stay did not last that long because I was suspended, so I could not follow the concerns whether they came to fruition. Okay, they came to happen, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlo. Ms. Nyatlo, can we then talk about the meeting of, I think it's the 19th of June, 2016. No, actually the 20th. You talk about this at paragraph 8.2, page 3, 8.2.
Yes.
Page 37552.
Just bear with me for a second.
Ms.
Yes,
Nyato,
you
in that paragraph, perhaps before dealing with that paragraph, in paragraph 8.1, you talk about receiving a call about another NGO joining Siabadinga in the unoccupied wards of CCRC. Can you see that at paragraph 8.1?
let her look at both paragraphs so that when you ask questions, you should have an idea.
Yes, Councillor, I'm there.
Yes, just read both paragraphs 8.1 and 8.2.
I've completed reading, my lady.
Yes, you may continue, Ms. Paul.
Ms. Nyato, just to clarify, when you raised your concerns with Dr. Manemela, she threatened to dismiss you. In the statement, it says it was said in vernacular, "Ke tla go raka." Is that correct?
Yes, it was. It is correct.
Let's hold it there. Continue.
And this was then followed by an invitation to a meeting with department officials. You talk about the meeting at paragraph 8.2. And my question is, at that meeting, did you raise the comments that Dr. Manamela made with the other department, more senior department officials at that meeting?
In this meeting, there were no senior officials.
My
It
lady.
was Mr.
Just a
Musenoke.
second. Yes, Ms. Nettle.
It was Mr.
Just a
Musenoke.
second. Ms. Nettle, just into Mr. Shabangu. Thank you. Can the witness be called back? Continue, Ms. Powe.
Ms. Nyatlo, what I was asking is whether in the meeting that took place on the 20th of June with other department officials, whether you raised the comments made by Dr. Manamela in that meeting and you were in the process.
Just a second.
My apologies, my lady. And once you found out that Dr. Silibano wasn't there, did you raise this with Dr. Libete, who was acting at that time?
No, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Nyatlo, can we then move on to the movement of LE patients to CCRC on the 10th of May 2016? You deal with this at paragraph 9.1, page 37553.
It is from patients being moved from
from Life Esidimeni to
To CCRC.
CCRC. Ms. Netford, maybe take a few moments to look at paragraph 9.1 and 9.2.
Thank you.
The page number is again
37553.
37553. Okay. And the
Yes.
paragraphs?
9.1 and 9.2.
Those 26 patients must be taken to CCRC. My lady.
And because CCRC had planned to take 10 patients, but was forced to take 26 on that day, what effect does that have on CCRC's planning?
This required CCRC to adjust and look for space for more patients that were coming in, but also it was our plan didn't work at all. That of taking a few patients from Life Esidimeni.
But the question is, what effect or what impact did this cause to you? Because we understand that you had planned only for 10. Now you had to take more.
It did affect our planning at that point in time, because we were not working according to our own plan. So it did have a unwarranted effect on our planning as an institution.
You then go on to say at 9.2 that some of the patients that were received didn't fall into CCRC's admission criteria. And that again, you raised this with Dr. Manamela, who then said that the team would reevaluate this decision and then transfer those who did not meet the criteria. You then say this did not happen. My question is, did you follow up on this, the reevaluation and movement of those who didn't fit into that criteria?
Unfortunately, my
Yes, before you proceed, Mrs. Nyatlo, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Boy.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nyatlo, before the break, I referred you to paragraph 9.3 on page 37554.
Yes, Council.
And there you speak about the transfer of patients from CCRC to Anchor.
Yes, Council.
In there, you raised a number of concerns with Dr. Manamela regarding this transfer process. What I want to know is if this was escalated to anyone.
This was never escalated, Council.
You then also talk about the fact that there was no criteria for the transfer of patients to Anchor.
Yes, my lady.
And that it was the CCRC nursing staff that transferred the patients. Just to confirm, was there any department officials present during this transfer?
Yes, Council, I was informed by the then acting matron, Sister Manaka, about the instruction.
So it was Sister Manaka who was there?
Yes, my lady.
And there was no department officials or anyone from the provincial office?
No, my lady.
Were you there? Did this happen in your presence?
My lady, I got the information as I was in my office because Sister Manaka came to my office to tell me that she got an instruction from Dr. Manamela.
Okay, so you were not
So
there.
when I got the information, I was in my office.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Nyatlo, at paragraph 10.1 at page 37555.
Then
you talk about your...
Let her look at the whole paragraph first.
I've read the paragraph, my lady.
Thank you. Continue.
Ms. Nyatlo, you speak there about your suspension, which was with immediate effect. Why were you suspended?
My lady, the main charge on the that came forward was that I was insubordinate. I was charged with insubordination to my supervisor.
Yes.
And Ms. Nyatlo, do you know what the insubordination was?
Just a second, Miss Marriott.
My lady, I'm going to object pertaining to relevance. I do not see the relevance for this question relating to causality of the deceased.
Miss Powe. Can the witness step aside, please? Yes, continue.
My lady, there's a sequence of events that has taken place, and some of the witnesses have mentioned threats when this project was being undertaken. And in the statement, while the witness talks about suspension, doesn't indicate why. And so it was just an endeavor to understand whether this was, in any way related to the marathon project and sort of the spirit of threat and intimidation that was happening at that time.
Yes, but where are you getting with this?
My lady, part of the arguments that we're going to be making is that there was this threat and intimidation happening such that members of NGOs and indeed the CCRC couldn't be forthcoming about some of the challenges that were happening. And so I just wanted to ascertain whether there was a link between her suspension and what was happening with the marathon project. At this point, it's difficult to know because she doesn't give detail about why she was suspended.
Okay. I'll allow the question. The witness can come back. Yes, if you can just repeat the question. Does she know what this insubordination was all about?
Yes.
Or how did she understand that charge?
Yes, my lady. Ms. Nyatlo, do you understand the question?
Can you please repeat the question?
You mentioned that you were suspended and one of the charges was insubordination. And so the question is, what was the insubordination about, or what did you understand the insubordination event to have been?
I did not understand what the insubordination was all about, because my case never went for hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlo.
Where it was explained, where it would have been explained to me what is the subordination, but it was just written as a charge.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlo. Ms. Nyatlo, then I want to move to two last things, which are statements by other witnesses. And I just want to confirm if what they say in relation to you is correct. The first one is by Ms. Diana Noile, which is on page 494. My lady, you'll have to excuse me, I'm not sure what exhibit number this is, but it's case lines page 494.
Can anyone assist us with the number of the exhibit? We can proceed as your colleagues are still checking the number of the exhibit. Do you have an answer, Ms. Merritt?
The statements pertaining to Diane Oile was marked exhibit DD1 to DD9, so it falls under exhibit DD.
Okay.
But I'm not sure which number though.
Let me just see here. Okay, we can proceed for now. I'll just indicate here that it falls under DD. Yes.
Ms. Nyatro, this is a statement by Diana Noile. In particular, I'd like to refer you to paragraph 4 of the statement, which is on page 495.
Yes.
Ms. Nyatro, could you please just read the first part of the, just the first 5 lines?
She can read the whole paragraph, it's fine.
The whole paragraph, it's fine. Thank you, my lady.
I've read the statement, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. Ms. Noile, in paragraph 4, you, my apologies, Ms. Noile mentions that there was a meeting in your office where you informed her that there was pressure to release patients and asked her if she had any knowledge of an NGO. My question is this account correct?
It is correct, my lady.
And Ms. Nyatro, could you tell the court what did you mean by you had pressure to release patients?
Ms. Nyatlo? Ms. Nyatlo?
This was pressure due to the dates of taking patients from Life Esidimeni was coming nearer.
Okay, thank you. And then another statement that I'd like us to go to is the statement by Ms. Hannah Jakubis. My apologies. It starts on page 1503.
This one.
Yes, does the witness have the page?
Yes, I do have the page.
Thank you,
my
Sacha.
lady.
I already have the page.
And that's a statement by Ms. Hannah Jakubis. I'd like to refer you to...
On this one, I also can't remember the exhibit number, but it's fine. We can proceed.
My lady, I didn't want to say that again, so I just tried to brush it off. It's at paragraph... 13, which is on page 1507. If you can read paragraph 13. My lady, I'm told that it's exhibit H1.
H1.
Yes.
Is that confirmed? Okay, thanks. I'll just make a note here. Just hope it is the correct exhibit. Thank you. Proceed. Yes, proceed, Ms. Boy.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nyatla, could you confirm the conversation you had with Ms. Jakubis? She says there that she went to CCRC and on arrival went to your office but didn't find you, and then asked that you return. You explained to her that Dr. Manamela had instructed you to send patients to Anchor House, and that she could not provide patients' documentation as it was the hospital's property, or rather that you couldn't provide patients' documentation as it was the hospital's property. Can you confirm this conversation?
My lady, this conversation never took place.
So you're disputing it?
I'm disputing the conversation.
Continue.
And just to clarify, Ms. Nyatla, the conversation in its entirety. So essentially everything that's mentioned in paragraph 13.
In the converse, I can only confirm that as I was speaking to Miss Hannah Jacobs through telephonically, I did mention that the discharge of patients on that day was not. I cannot account for it because apparently it was an instruction that was given to Sister Managa by Dr. Manamela. That is the part that I can confirm, but that was done telephonically.
Okay, so you had a telephonic conversation with Ms. Jakubis, wherein you informed her that there was an instruction from Dr. Manamela to move patients from CCRC to Anchor, but that instruction was given to one of your staff members.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you. My lady, can I just have 1 second to check with my team?
You may do so.
My lady, there aren't any further questions from our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Munjerera? is she there?
Yes, my lady.
Do you have any cross-examination to the witness?
As please the court, my lady, I'll request the court's indulgence that I cross-examine this witness just immediately before Advocate Shabangu.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, please the court.
Miss Foster, are you in today?
My lady, as it pleases the court, Advocate Forster does not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sibara?
Judge, I think Advocate. Oh.
As the court, please, my lady. Unfortunately, my lady, we won't be able to be cross-examining at this moment. We experienced some network issues, but I didn't want to inform or interrupt the court. But I informed Nelisiwe that would prefer to hand over so that we may watch Advocate Bowe's cross-examination because we missed it. I had to drive to a different location, my lady. But I informed Ms.
Are you both having connectivity issues?
No, unfortunately, Advocate Barra had some unforeseen circumstances. He's not part of it today, my lady. But I immediately informed Nelisiwe about it to inform
But
me.
when do you think you would be able to do your cross-examination? Are you going to wait for the whole evidence of this witness? And then
I can wait, my lady, but I want to watch Advocate Bowe's cross-examination, my lady, so that we do
Advocate who? You want to watch Advocate
Bowe's cross-examination of the witness.
Who's for Advocate for Bay? Are you saying for Bay, or maybe it's me who can hear you?
Bowe.
Oh, Bowe.
Yes, I just logged in. That's why.
Just indicate when it is your turn. I don't want us. I want us to finish with this witness in case we finish with a. I don't want all of you to be reserving your cross-examination.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Siboko?
Court pleases, my lady. I have no questions for the witness.
Ms. Ramaimela?
As the court pleases, my lady, thus far nothing has arisen in respect of paragraph 8.2. In the event that Mr. Makani raises any issue that may affect Mr. Mosenogi, I would request the court's indulgence, but thus far nothing, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
As the court pleases.
Ms. Toka?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Did I leave out Miss Maite? I think it was my mistake. Miss Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I too have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Don't let me to leave you as outside, please.
I will try, my lady.
All right. Mr. Manamela, is he still part of these proceedings? Are you Mr. Manamela today, Mr. Profi?
Apologies, my lady, I'm just after him and I know he usually doesn't appear, so I just wait my turn once my lady's done calling him.
Okay. Then it's your turn now.
No questions, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
Please, my lady, we do have a few clarifying questions that you seek to converse with this witness. In particular, my lady will be dealing with incidents where in her statement she refers to her interactions with my clients.
Yes.
Trying to get clarity in that respect, and also what transpired during the transfer, because A reading of a statement does not go into depth in that respect. So the questions would relate to portions of her statements where she is referring to my clients, the different NGOs that I represent.
Okay. You may proceed then.
Yes, Your Ladyship pleases. I cannot see the witness, my lady. I don't know if it's a connectivity
Okay, she's not
on my
yet there.
side.
Can the witness be called?
Okay.
Mr. Late, are you there? Thank you. Thank you. The witness is here.
Good morning, Mrs. Nyadlo.
Good morning, Council.
My name is Tlo Pichela. I represent, among others, Precious Angels, Enka, and Siabadinga. Now, there are several issues that I would like to converse with you, mainly for the purpose of clarity in respect of your evidence before court today. Now, as a starting point, what was your responsibilities as the CEO of CCRC?
Thank you, Council. My responsibilities as a CEO of CCRC was to manage the institution.
I understand manage to be a very broad and general term. Are you able to be more specific?
I was basically managing the four main departments of the institution, but not directly in contact with the patients.
Now, this was before, already there seems to be.
Your hand just came up after the witness had already replied.
My apologies, my lady. My system is failing me. The witness.
But I can't keep on saying, please remind me, because your mouth could have done it better, isn't it? Can the witness step aside, please? I'm listening. You are now muted, Mr.
As a court, please, my lady, I wanted to object to the questioning, my lady, as the answers are provided in paragraph 3 of page 401 of the witness statement, my lady.
The witness has already answered.
As the court, please, as I said, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela, where is the witness? Let Mr. Pichela proceed.
My lady, if I may just try to understand something here. Are we saying then that whatever is contained in the witness's statement, we cannot take it further? What I understand is, yes, this witness has made a statement under oath, but we need that statement to be clarified. And the witness is in a position to provide the answers. I don't see why we'll be objecting as if
to be responding to something that the court has already ruled on.
No, I'm just trying to avoid any future unnecessary interruptions, my lady. But I am, thank you, my lady. Ms. Nyadlo.
You will do that when an objection like this comes again.
Thank you, my lady.
Because otherwise we will not be making any progress. Continue.
Ms. Nyadlo, what I'm trying to understand is you were the CEO at CCRC. And the question that I was asking you was in relation to your duties before the marathon project was implemented. Do you understand my questions now?
No, I do not understand the question.
Okay. Let me try and clarify them for you. You were the CEO of CCRC even before the marathon project was implemented. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. And now I want to understand from you, did your responsibilities change in any manner during the marathon project?
It did not change in any manner, my lady.
Thank you. Now, if we go to paragraph 7 of your statement, that is exhibit HH1.
Yes, can you give us the page number again? Is it the one on 494 or 401? Am I correct?
Yeah, it starts on 401, my lady.
Yes.
You indicate there that you requested Ms. Dan Noile to go to look for an NGO to replace Live Disciples, correct?
Which statement is that, Council?
Page 401.
Page 401.
My lady, paragraph 7 appears on page 403, in fact.
Yes, I see there is a hand, Mr. Nyatlo.
As a court, please, my lady, Shabangu.
Oh, Mr. Shabangu, I'm sorry.
Oh, I see the witness has stepped aside, my lady. My lady, my other colleague is referring to paragraph 7 of statement, which is already amended, which now there's amendments on page 3755. That paragraph is amended, my lady. So my little colleague must be specific that is referring to the paragraph that's already amended, my lady.
I don't understand. Can the Mr. Pichela has not even asked the question. Can we leave the Mr. Pichela to ask the question? Then you if you have an objection, you'll raise that. Unless if I don't understand what you're saying. Because as of now, he hasn't asked any question. Have you asked a question, Mr. Pichela?
No, my lady. I merely referred the witness to paragraph 7.
Please, it's Monday, Mr. Shabangu. Can we proceed? Otherwise, we are not going to be moving with this line of cross-examination every now and then. I don't even know what you are objecting to, because as I'm indicating, he has not even asked a single question with regard to this.
As a court, please, my lady, I'm to the court.
Thank you. Can the witness come back? Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
my
you
lady.
have just been referred to this page 403, paragraph 7. If you can look at the paragraph, read it. You tell us when you are done.
I've read the paragraph, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
Now, Ms. Nyato, there's just a few things that I want you to clarify for me. From the evidence that I received, from the instructions that I received from my client, and also what we stated in this paragraph, prior to Esidimeni taking over, my lady,
I
there's a
see
hand.
there is a hand already. We can't move on like this. Let me hear you. Who was that? Mr. Shabangu?
My apologies, my lady, to interrupt my other colleague. But my point is, my lady, this paragraph that my other colleague is referring the witness to is already amended, my lady. That's my point. So my learned colleague is referring the witness to the paragraph that's already amended, my lady.
Okay.
In entirety.
In its entirety.
That's correct, my lady.
Can I first hear the question and then I'll deal with that?
That's a good piece, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pitlela.
Ms. Nyatlo.
Ms. Nyatlo, just listen to the question and don't answer it. Just listen to the question and then the court will give you an opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Yes, I'm saying according to my instructions and what Esidimeni took over from Love Disciples. Let me just leave it there for now. Are you aware of this?
Come again before. What is she aware of? The fact that Esidimeni did what?
Dinga took over from Love Disciples.
But remember what Mr. Shabangu is saying now. That's why I said the witness shouldn't answer. Can the witness step aside? Yes, there is an objection already to the effect that this statement has been amended in its entirety. So I don't know. I haven't looked at the amendment.
Yeah, my lady, I would also request an opportunity to go through those amendments because I've also not been privy to the amendments. But I also understand that.
When did you receive them?
I'm not aware of them. I'm just being aware of them. I'm just being made aware of them now.
No. There's when the witness was when she first started testifying, we were referred to that page where the amendments are contained, and I think you got that. I don't know when you got that.
Your ladyship will recall.
The page is the page number. Ms.
37545, my lady. My lady, this document was uploaded on case lines already last week in the beginning of the week.
Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I did indicate the problems that I had with case lines. I think the court is aware of them.
But that you have to deal with that. We can't always wait indefinitely to be told that when you have a problem, please address that problem. We shouldn't be kept behind because of your problem. And you must tell us that, yes, this is what I did and the problem has been resolved. I mean, we can't just assume that because
it's
2 weeks ago,
with the system.
We can't assume that 2 weeks ago, because you had a problem, that problem is still recurring. We don't know, isn't it? And
unfortunately, if I may address the court, my lady.
I'm listening.
Unfortunately, trying to get hold of these people that are administering the system is almost impossible. You try to phone the numbers that are given. No, my lady, all I'm saying is, with respect, is these amendments that were made. How I understood the status of the amendments do not excuse the witness from answering to a previous statement.
Can we first deal with your problem? You are raising this problem, then you run away from it, then you come to the next point. We are not yet. Now you're starting something else. I was still listening to your problems that you are having, right? I've not yet dealt with it. The next thing you come to something else that takes you away from the thing that the point that you've just raised. Can we deal with the first one, finish it, and then get to the second one, please?
As the court pleases. The problem, I've indicated to this court that I have problems with accessing case lines.
When did you inform the court?
Your Ladyship, the last time we were in court, I did indicate when I couldn't even make reference to the page
it's how
number.
many weeks
because
now?
It's last week, a week before last.
Yes, and still the problem has not yet been resolved. Do we know as the
It's
court?
not yet being resolved.
Do we know
It's
as
not
the
yet being
court?
resolved, my lady.
Does the court know about it?
My lady, it's something
And
that I'm
if a
putting.
problem can't be resolved, please try other means. We can't be kept behind because of your problems, Mr. Pitlel. You had ample time last week to do something. We understand, but you had ample time to do something last week.
My lady, it's not that I've been sitting idle and not doing nothing, and that is why I take exception. Because
nobody says
I've indicated to the court
you are
that
taking exception to the court. Are you taking exception to the court? I don't understand your statement. Please,
the insinuation that I've.
Come clearer, Mr. Pitlele.
Let me be clear, my lady.
No, you are taking exception to the court. Is that what you are saying? Please.
No, I'm taking exception to the insinuation.
No,
that
Mr.
I might
Pitlele.
have been sitting idle. It's how I understand it.
Did you understand what the court was saying to you? One, let
me try and follow what
let
the
me
court
listen.
is saying.
Please, let's not, don't come with things that are not on record. Does the court know that you still have a problem? This is something that was raised 2 weeks ago, isn't it? Now you expect the court to know that you're still having the same problem. Then I went on to ask you as to what you should have done other things. Tried other things. I didn't say you didn't do anything. I don't know anything. No, you have not said anything to me except now because this problem has been raised, isn't it? Now is your turn to respond. But my problem is you can't say you're taking exception. Are you taking exception to the court? Just come clear there so that the court can understand what you want to say, Mr. Bikele.
Lady, if I'm taking exception to the court, I'll say in no uncertain terms. What I'm saying is the insinuation that I did nothing about this problem is the one that I find it problematic to me because I did try to resolve the issue. Unfortunately, whoever is administering the systems are not picking up their calls, and there is nothing more I can do about it.
But can't you even go to the extent of requesting these amendments? Because obviously when we left, a new witness was coming. At least you should have done something. You talk, you colleagues, just to get the hard copy or just a copy of those amendments so that you can proceed because you know you've got a problem. And what my problem is that you are saying the court never said you didn't do anything. I just asked you as to why didn't you do something else, anything else, so that you could be at par with everybody now, even if your case line is not working. That is why I said we can't be kept behind because of you. But I didn't say you did. No, I don't know what you mean. But what do you expect the court to do now? Because this argument is not taking you anywhere. We have to proceed, right? Just ask for the court's indulgence, maybe because of what you are raising now, rather than to be saying these lots of things which are not going to be of assistance. And it's busy wasting the court's time. Please, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, what I'm trying to say is, and I was coming to that, the thing is, I'm not allowed to speak, so I can't really put words together. Every time I try to say something, I get interjected. And the point that I was trying to make is that I had problems with case lines. I'm made aware of this. The thing is, when an amendment is made, you're supposed to receive an email to indicate that an amendment has been made. And that is where the problem lies. Because I also don't understand when this thing came into being. If I'd received the indication that it came, then I would know about it. And that is where that is what I'm saying to the court. And I was
Mr.
coming to
Pichel,
the issue of requesting an indulgence from the court
can you please
to at
do
least
so,
be
so
able
that we can,
to deal
can you please do so,
with those
so that we
amendments.
can move? Please. If you want an indulgence, just ask. Request the court to give you an indulgence. You get a copy of this thing, then we proceed. You familiarize
May I
yourself with
please-
the amendments. Otherwise, we're
may
not
I
going
please-
anywhere.
May I please, my lady, have an opportunity to go through this amendment?
How are you going to get them? Because you don't have case line wiki.
I'll request one of my colleagues to provide me with the document.
Miss Marriott?
My lady,
Can you please be of assistance to him?
I can send the document to you, my lady, via email if that is appropriate.
That will do, ma'am. Thank you.
What time how much time do you need, Mr. Pichel?
My lady, just 20 minutes just to cross-reference my questions with those amendments.
20
Because
minutes.
I do
That
have
will
questions
be
that were prepared.
order to. I see there is a hand. There is a Miss Dr. Manamela there. Miss Dr. Manamela, what is happening? Mr. Makanyi, are you not there to help?
My lady, I think it might there have been a mistake, my lady. I apologize on her behalf.
Please, there she is again. Talk to her and find out what is the problem.
May I just call her, please?
Hey, yeah. It's now 19 minutes past 12. 20 minutes will be from 20 to 1. Am I correct?
Correct, my lady.
Now, Mr. Makanyi, let me hear Mr. Makanyi first, and then we stand the matter down. Can we stand the matter down, and then I'll hear when he comes back, just for us not to lose this time. Mr. Pinar, do you want to say something?
May it please the court, my lady. I hope it will be of assistance, my lady, but I believe I'm not so sure 20 minutes going to be sufficient for my learned friend, Mr. Pichlela, to make all the necessary preparation for his further cross-examination. Wouldn't it? I would suggest it would be more proper to provide a few minutes longer before we proceed, rather than a short period. Commence just to stand down once again, my lady.
But he's the one who requested the time, isn't it?
Pardon, my lady?
He hasn't seen the amendments, but he's the one who's saying he wants 20 minutes. So I don't know.
I believe
Can we just maybe let's adjourn, and then let's hear at 2 if he's done.
My lady, I believe 2 o'clock would be sufficient time.
Okay.
Taking everything into consideration and the difficulties Mr. Pichlela is experiencing at present, he should be able to resolve the situation.
Okay.
May
Mr.
it please the
Pichel?
court, lady.
I'm indebted, my lady, to the court and to Mr. Binar.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Makanyi?
As the court, please, my lady. Dr. Mana, I think it was just an error, my lady.
Yeah. Where is the witness? Mrs. Nyatlo, you are still. You are reminded that you are still under oath. This matter is now going to stand down. Just remember the oath that you have taken. As I explained to you previously, you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you have finished testifying and you are excused by the court. So the court is going to adjourn now to allow Mr. Pichlela to look at these amendments that you have just made to this your statement. The court is taking it. It's now going to stand this matter down until maybe 2 o'clock, and then at 2 o'clock, Mr. Pitlela will indicate whether he's done reading and familiarizing himself with the amendments. Thank you very much. The matter will stand down.
As the court, please, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, I just want to check if Mr. Fihlela is ready.
But this is my lady. My lady, during the break, I was able to get hold of the document, and also I managed to get hold of Ms. Dorothy Franks to forward her the document so that she can have a look at the amendments and how they affect her version. I can report that I did receive instructions in that regard. My only challenge was with Ms. Diane Noile. Also, I did get in touch with her telephonically. She indicated that she's got network issues. I did forward her the document. Unfortunately, when I tried to get back to her and get hold of her again, I couldn't. So I do have instructions to proceed in respect of Ms. Dorothy Franks, but I do not have instructions in respect of Ms. Diane Noile. That is all I can report at this stage, my lady.
Does evidence in relation to those, the witness evidence in relation to the amendments relate only to two of your clients?
Indeed, my lady, extensively it relates to Ms. Diane Noile because it speaks of several interactions. I wanted to confirm with her whether these changes are in accordance with her instructions to me, but I could not do that. I can.
Then you can't proceed. It means you are not ready.
Yeah, in respect of only, I can put the version of Ms. Dorothy Franks for the purpose of progress, but I will be curtailed in respect of Ms. Diane Noile.
Then it means you won't finish your cross-examination. Do you want to start? Because you won't finish it. Or maybe you just want to utilize that this time.
I was hoping, my lady, that we make the most of the time that is available. I can deal with Ms. Dorothy Frank's evidence, version and instructions, and then the only issue outstanding would be Ms. Diane Noile. I'll still keep trying to get hold of her just so that I can get instructions.
Okay. On that note, then we'll proceed. You can the witness can be called while I fix other things here. If you can just bear me for a second while the witness comes to the stand.
That's quite pleases.
Mrs. Nyatlo, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Can you hear me, Mrs. Nyatlo?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Yes, quite pleases, my lady.
At the time when there was this objection, just a second, there was an objection on the table which related to the amendments, and you were just about to reply after the objection was raised. Then there was all what happened. Yes. If you can reply so that we can deal with it, and then perhaps the witness can just step aside so that we can hear your reply now that you have been placed with the amendments. But I'm not sure how you're going to do that because you have not yet got hold of the other client. I don't know.
My lady,
you are aware of the amendment. Yes.
With regard to the objection, my lady, having perused the statement of the witness in respect of the amendments, I think the objection related only to the fact that I was putting paragraph 7. But if your ladyship were to have regard to the amended paragraph 7, it's still, yes, it still basically speaks of the same thing that I was asking in respect of love disciples having been replaced by Siabadinga.
Okay.
Because that was the essence of my question.
Obviously, that fact we have evidence to that effect, isn't it? It is on record.
I would agree, my lady, that because what I wanted
No,
to
I remember.
understand, I was merely putting that version to to the witness to say, Love Disciples was replaced by Siabadinga in respect of
And then-
this project. And then the objection came.
But the fact of the matter is that we all know that there was this live disciple, and ultimately Siabadinga was there. And all what the objection related to the entire statement. But as you say, that fact, it is still there because it is what is already on record, if I remember from other witnesses, I think.
Yeah, because, my lady, what I wanted to converse with the witness at that stage was this Mr. Wagner and also the role of Ms. Ntombi Figile Dlabantu Mabena.
Okay.
Those were the two issues that I wanted to converse with the witness and also to understand what her understanding of the involvement was at that stage. Because it has been said that my client was basically in control of Siabadinga and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to dispel that, my lady.
Yes, but now you are saying that the paragraph, the amended paragraph still repeats the same thing.
Yeah, it basically echoes the same thing because it speaks about the witness's interaction with Ntombi Figile Dlabantu and also this Mr. Wagner. So that much hasn't changed. But as I've indicated to your ladyship that with regard to Ms. Diane Noile, I'm having difficulty in respect of the instructions. So I want to eschew from dealing with her evidence at this stage until I've received a proper indication of whether she stands by what she said, what is said in that in those amended paragraphs, or whether she's got a different version that she wants to put to the court.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may be allowed to proceed then to deal with Enka, since I do have the instructions of Ms. Dorothy Franks in that regard.
Okay. Mr. Shabangu, do you want to say something before I close the matter?
As a copy, my lady, I'm fine, my lady. Mr.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed, Mr. Pichel.
Yes, court, please.
Where is the witness?
Ms. Nyako, I want us to deal with incidents that you describe in your statements. The first one is dated the 18th of June, 2016. If I may refer you to where you deal with this particular incident in your statement. This is
which
Just
paragraph?
a second, just listen first. Is that the witness? Yes, they're still referring you to the specific page.
Indeed, my lady. It starts on paragraph 8.1, and that is on page 37552.
I'm in the page.
Page 37552.
Correct, my lady.
Paragraph 8.1. Yes, continue.
Yes, court, please. Ms. Nyatlo.
Councillor?
On my instructions, what I understand from the evidence that has already been given by Ms. Noile and Ms. Dorothy Franks is that the wards at CCRC had a capacity of about 25 beds. Do you agree
That's
with
correct. That is correct.
And between the two of them, they were eventually allocated 4 wards, correct?
That is not correct.
Can you care to clarify in what respect, ma'am?
Councillor, the 4 wards, after they were renovated, they were allocated to Sebadinga.
And that was initially, correct?
That was the initial plan, yes.
And then on the 18th of...
Just a second, Mr. Yes. Yes.
And then on the 18th of June, you were then informed that Enka will now be occupying some of those wards, correct?
That is correct.
To your recollection, do you remember how many wards they were supposed to occupy as this Enka?
I cannot answer that question.
Are you willing to concede to the version of Ms. Dorothy Franks when she says that she was eventually allocated 2 wards?
I cannot concede to that, as I was not involved in the decision. No, I consulted in the decision.
Yes, hold it then. Continue.
Now, I want us to look at what you are saying in this paragraph 8.1. You were saying you received a call from Ms. Noile informing you that Dr. Manamela and Ms. Hannah Jakubis were at Siabadinga NGO, informing her that they were bringing another NGO to CCRC to share the wards with Siabadinga, correct?
That's correct.
And then you then called Dr. Manamela to inquire about this information, and she informed you that a decision had been taken that 2 NGOs should share the 4 wards, correct?
That is correct.
And then you raised your concerns with Dr. Manamela that it was going to be difficult for 2 NGOs to share resources like kitchen, laundry, storing facilities, and there will not be enough space to accommodate more patients in the newly renovated wards because Siabadinga had already occupied more space.
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. Now, I understand that you were involved in the transfer of patients to Enka, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Are you able to indicate to the court what the correct version of that would be?
I was not part of transferring patients to Enka at any stage.
So you were not aware of any patients transfers that took place to Enka in particular?
Except the patients that Sister Manaka was instructed by Dr. Manamela to transfer to Enka.
So those were the patients that you were aware of?
That's correct.
Is
Which
it this?
ones are
Is it the patient?
Just a second. Which ones are those that you were aware of?
That was the ones that I mentioned. Well, it was on the 23rd, where
They were
I
transferred
received,
on. Yes.
I received information from the then acting matron, Sister Manaka, that she received an instruction from Dr. Manamela. That was the only instant where I was informed about the patients going to Anchor.
Yes.
Now, you'll agree with me that on the 23rd of June, according to the evidence of Ms. Dorothy Franks, she received 30 patients. Do you agree with that?
Can you just repeat the question, Councillor?
I'm saying according to Ms. Dorothy Franks, on the 23rd of June 2016, she received 30 patients from CCRC. Do you agree to that?
I may not agree because I don't know about that.
You mentioned that you were informed by Sister Manaka of the transfer of patients that took place on the 23rd, correct?
Yes, I was informed.
Are you then saying that she did not inform you of the number of patients that were transferred on that date to Anchor?
No, I was not informed.
Did you inquire from her how many patients she transferred?
No, I did not inquire from her how many patients were transferred, but I verified that instruction with Dr. Manamela, whether it was true that Dr. Manamela gave that instruction to Sister Manaka.
Now, you'll agree with me that as the CEO, it was part of your duties to make sure that you keep records of all the patients that were under the care of CCRC, correct?
It is correct, Councillor.
Now, I find it problematic that 30 patients would be taken from your care and you would not follow up on that to determine who are the patients, what state they were in, and so on and so forth.
Councillor, when I received the information, the patients had already been taken to Anchor. And because it was my supervisor, the person that I was reporting to, it was very difficult. Because Dr. Manamela is somebody that I am reporting to. She had the power.
So in a sense, you are saying that you were not consulted regarding this transfer of patients?
Not at all, Councillor.
Just a second. Continue.
Now, you mentioned that you had a multidisciplinary team, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Do you know whether these patients that were transferred to ENCA on the 23rd of June 2016 were assessed by this multidisciplinary team?
When I raised my concern with Dr. Manamela, I was aware that the multidisciplinary team did not sit to assess these patients. Hence, I had mentioned that there was no criteria used in transferring these patients.
And you therefore agree with me that this was a serious departure from the standard operating systems that were in place regarding the transfer of patients?
I cannot respond to that question as it might incriminate me.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatlu. Now, this multidisciplinary team, the purpose of establishing it was so that it can be involved in the transfer of each and every patient to the NGO, correct?
That's partly correct. The purpose of the MDT is to assist an institution in the admission and discharging processes of the mental health care users.
Now, during that process, were NGOs also included in the assessment?
I don't understand the question, Councillor.
Okay. Let me try and simplify it further. When the multidisciplinary team sits, do they also call in the NGOs to say, or a representative from the NGO to say, we are going to be transferring this category of patients to you, and then sort of a briefing, you are giving them briefing and you are handing over that patient to them? Was such a process engaged in?
In as far as I know, every institution has to put an MDT in place. So it is its staff members that are taking part in that process, not the external people.
Also, in essence, there was no interaction between the MDT and the NGOs. Am I understanding you to be saying that?
Councillor, if I may explain, at that time, let's say during admission or during discharge, there might not be any interaction because an MDT belongs to a particular institution and they do the duties of that particular institution. Only when a patient has to be discharged to another NGO, then the social worker will then inform the other NGO that we have patients to discharge to you people.
So in a sense, NGOs do not have a say in the category of patients that they are going to receive?
I'm not able to answer that question, Councillor.
Lady, there's a hand.
There is a hand there, Mr. Pitlela. Just hold it there before I. Yes, whose hand is that?
As a court, this is my lady. My lady, I've accepted that I'm Mr. Nyatlu.
You know what? My apologies, Mr. Shabangu.
As the court, please, my lady, I have a objection in the line of cautioning to the issue of relevance, my lady, because the witness has testified that she has nothing to do with, no, not testified, but on a statement, she has nothing to do with the transfer of patient, my lady. Now, to put to the version that is put to the witness, my lady, it's to seek an opinion to this witness, my lady.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, we were talking of the incident of the 23rd of June, where the witness said that she was informed about the process of the transfer. She has already stated that she had the overall responsibility for the care of these patients, the patients under her care. And that question developed from that responsibility that she carries. So it's not per se limited to the issue of the transfer. And again, the witness has already answered, and I'm prepared to move on from that, my lady.
Yes, but his concern is that what you have just asked the witness is tantamount to seeking an opinion from her. That's how I understood it.
I'm not seeking an opinion. I'm inquiring from what is within this witness's knowledge. If she's in a position not to say, I think she's well versed to say, no, I don't know, or I can't answer that question, as she has been indicating. So I don't see how. Yes, court, please.
Mr. Shabangu? I said you must alert me when you have an objection. Now the witness has already answered.
As the court pleases, my lady,
Yes.
my apologies. I will do so in
I will be listening in case there is something that comes out like this, then you will indicate if you want to raise an objection. Thank you, Mr. Pichela. It will continue.
Yes, the court pleases, man.
Yes, you are muted. We are waiting for you, Mr. Pichela.
I'm sorry, my lady. I wasn't aware. Apologies. Mrs. Nyatu, I wanted to take you to page 6284. It's a statement by Mrs. Dorothy Franks.
6284, okay.
My lady, I apologize because I seem to have missed the exhibit number.
Yeah, but who's going to assist us? Because these are the... Can anybody assist us with regard to the exhibit numbers? This is the statement of Ms. Dorothy Franks that appears on page 6284. I must go back to the other books and there are too
My
many.
lady,
I do apologize, my lady.
Exhibit EE1 to EE16.
Does it fall under these pages? EE1 to
EE16.
EE16. I just trust that this is correct.
Yeah, I think it's the statement, my lady, that attaches a list. I think the list was also admitted into evidence.
Okay, this could be possible because it's too long a statement. EE1 to EE16. Continue.
My lady, it's only 3 pages. That's why I'm concerned with.
But why is it? I'll have to go to my books if there is anybody.
I do apologize, my lady.
I don't know where is my. But Mr.
My lady, all the exhibits that were handed in pertaining to Ms. Franks were handed in as exhibit EE. But there were several documents.
Yes, but then I'll have to get my book. I'll have to just bear with me, but it might take me some time. Just bear with me. Thanks very much. Fortunately, I got it here. That will be EE14. Mr. Pitlela?
I'm indebted to the court, my lady.
EE14.
Yes, I want us to look at, I think it should be paragraph 1. There's a date indicated the 23rd of June. Now, according to this statement.
Let me just go there quickly. Paragraph 1.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
Next to a date of the 23rd of June.
Yes, I'm there.
I would like the witness, my lady, to acquaint herself with line number 4, the paragraph that starts on line number 4.
Can she just look at, let me see. Yes, she can read this paragraph, the first paragraph.
My lady, if she can read the entirety of it until the end, because the questions will emanate from what is stated in here.
Paragraph 1, or the whole statement.
Yeah, my lady, it's a short paragraph. I think if she can read reference to this date of the 23rd of June.
That's what I said. Okay, Miss Nyatlo, you can read that paragraph.
I've read the paragraph, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pitlela.
Yes, court pleases, my lady. Ms. Nyatlo, here the witness details an incident that happened on the 23rd of June, where she says she received 5 patients who came in with no files and identification or medication, and that the nurses from the hospital just left them in the hallway, and they left without telling them the names of all the patients. The ward became very full and space was limited for patients, as we could only accommodate 25 patients. Now, are you aware of this incident, Ms. Nyatlo?
I am not aware of this incident, Councillor.
Were you ever made aware of this incident?
I was never made aware of this incident.
Now, with regard to the number of patients that were eventually transferred to Anchor on the 23rd of June, the version of Ms. Dorothy Franks is that she received 30 patients. Would you dispute that version?
I cannot dispute that because I'm not aware of this incident.
No. With reference to the patients, the number of patients that she received on that day, she says, I received 30 patients. Would you dispute her version on that?
I cannot dispute because I am not aware of the incident.
Now, as you have testified, the capacity of the ward was 25. Now, you'll agree with me that if Anchor at this stage was occupying one ward with a capacity of 25 and they were given 30 patients, that would automatically mean that the ward becomes overcrowded. Do you agree with me on that?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, if you read further in respect of what is stated in this testimony, it says that thereafter, the previous CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center arrived. Now I'm going to pause there for a bit. Will you agree with me that you are the previous CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, and you were the CEO of Cullinan of CCRC on the 23rd of June 2016?
That is correct.
Now, it goes further to say that she came in with a very bad attitude and said they will not take any patients back. She also said that she dealt with these patients and so can we, and she left. Do you have any comment on that? There is a hand, my lady.
Councillor, I don't have any comment.
Just a second before you respond. Yes, whose hand is that?
Mr. Shabangu, my lady.
It's my hand, my lady, but the witness has already answered, my lady. I'll lower my hand.
Yeah, well, I was alerted about the hand, and when the witness wanted to answer, but luckily I stopped her. You can proceed with your objection if you have it.
My lady, it was about the question that the witness has already answered before this question that is answered now, my lady. That is being asked to the question to the witness.
That one then is water under the bridge. The witness has answered, isn't it? We cannot revisit it. Thank you. Yeah, please. I said you must alert me also, because I can't be watching the screen and also look at case line.
As a court, please, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela, you may proceed.
Yes,
the
court,
witness.
please, my lady.
I think we are still waiting for the witness. Can the witness come back? Thank you. Proceed. Mrs. Nyatlo, you must listen to the questions attentively before you respond and check if you can respond, because I see your counsel also wants to object.
Yes, ma'am.
So don't rush into answering questions, right? Thank you.
Mrs. Nyatlo, what I'm putting to you is what is stated in the statement. It says that you, not specifically you in terms of, we have already established that you were the previous CEO. And here it makes reference to the previous CEO. It says you arrived, she came in with a very bad attitude and said they will not take any patients back. She also said that they dealt with this patient and so can we, and she left. Now the question to you was, do you have any comment on that?
I do not have any comment as I don't know of this incident. My lady.
Continue.
Now it goes on further to say that the only documents that came in of the other patients were just file and medication. The staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names on. Do you have any comment on this?
My lady?
Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
My lady, the witness has already answered that she had no knowledge of this incident.
Can the witness step aside? Yes.
My lady, I have a problem in this line of questioning because the witness has already answered that she has no knowledge of this incident, my lady. But my learned friend, Mr. Pitlela, keeps on repeating the same thing, and the witness has answered, my lady. So I don't know where is Mr. Pitlela going about this, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I'm putting a version to the witness.
Come again?
I'm putting a version to this witness.
Mm.
This version, it's what is being stated about her. It's only fair that she be given an opportunity to comment.
And it
now,
refers to a number of facts. The initial one related to something else, this one related to something else.
Indeed so, my lady.
The question is allowed. Can we proceed?
Yes, court pleases. It says here, ma'am, that the only documents that came in of the other patients were just a file and medication, and that the staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names on. Do you have any comment on that?
I have no comment on, as this matter was never reported to me.
Ma'am, I want us to digress a little bit. There is a document that starts on page 30252. It seems to be a report that was compiled by one of your colleagues, acting CEO JJ Ngobo. Do you have access to that document, ma'am, or you wish for it to be displayed for you?
Okay, it is displayed, my lady.
Okay, you can go through. Okay, let him refer you to the page he wants you to concentrate
please,
on.
my lady. I'm going to take you to page 30257. Now, starting from the top, I would say where it starts with ultimately 26, that would be paragraph 1. And then there's next paragraph where it says the mental health care users came with patient files. That would be paragraph 2. So I want us to start on paragraph 2. Do you see that? The paragraph starting with the MHCUs.
Yes, I can
Yes,
see
ma'am.
that.
Now, if you can just take the opportunity to read through from that paragraph until the end, it's very short paragraphs that are involved. There's just a few things here that I wanted to clarify with you, if you are able to answer them.
Just concentrate on that date of the 23rd of June. Because that's the one that deals with CCRC.
As your ladyship pleases.
I've read the paragraph up to the sentence that says the purpose thereof was to create space. Is that how far I should read?
That is so, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Now, just a few things that I wanted to get clarity on. It seems that what is recorded here is dated the 12th.
That's a call, please, my lady. I'm sorry to interrupt, my not friend. Can you just repeat the page, my lady?
30257.
That's a call, please, my
The
lady.
witness seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, thank you. Escort, please.
Mr. Pitlela keeps on, Mr. Shavangu keeps on talking while the witness is testifying. Maybe she gets confused and she just feels where she hears Mr. Pitlela, she must just step aside. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, if you read from the paragraph that starts with the mental health care users, it says they came with their patient files, which contained some of the information, but lacked medical history. Do you see that part?
Yes, I see that part. But what I
No.
don't understand is that which MHCUs they're referring to.
Maybe I can assist you. Below the last part where you read, there is a column, there is a date, Waverley, 12 May 2016. There is a list of names. It starts on this page 30257 until the next page. You see that?
Yes.
These are the MCUs that they're referring to. Does that clarify it for you?
Yes, but I'm not answered, Councillor, that these patients were coming from which institution to which institution, from where to where. When I read that paragraph.
Just listen, and then for Mr. Pichela to explain. I think he's taking you to that date of the 23rd of June, just for you to understand which patients then. Am I correct, Mr. Pichela?
That is correct, my lady. According to this document, it details what has happened on this date. You understand? Now, the one thing that...
My lady, my apologies, and my apologies to Mr. Pishlela. Your ladyship referred to the 23rd of June as the relevant date. The date that Mr. Pishlela referred the witness to is the date as it appears on this document, 12 May 2016. So perhaps Mr. Pishlela should just first clarify which date we are dealing with.
Yes, that's why I'm talking about the 23rd of June. I thought when she was explaining that date that you are talking about, when he was explaining that he was going down to the date of the 23rd of June, Mr. Pichela, unless if I didn't understand you. I thought he was showing the witness that there are dates which shows specifically the patients. If you can clarify that, Mr. Pichela, because as you were saying something, I was scrolling down. I've noted you, Ms. Hasim. As the witness was talking, and I was looking at the dates, and there is a date of the 23rd of June. Let me just hear what Ms. Hasim has to say. Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. If it's any assistance, what is on this page is referring to the paragraphs that Mr. Pichela was referring to relate to the table on the preceding page.
Yes, correct.
And those were patients that were arriving from Randfontein. And it then goes on to say, of those that came from Randfontein, there were 8 that were highlighted in that list that was subsequently discharged to Anchor. Then we have a second table, which is Waverley 12 May. And then the narrative relating to this table of 12 May is underneath that table. For example, if you look at the last paragraph, it says the 9 highlighted MHCUs in the list above. So on page 30257, the narrative, the paragraphs that Mr. Pichlela was referring to relates to the table on the page before that. I don't know if that assists my colleague.
Which page? Because
on 30256.
30256. But then
yeah, my lady, I can understand how it can be a bit confusing.
Yes, and then you need also to be careful.
It will start.
Yes.
Pardon, my lady. It starts basically on page 30255. And then it extends to page 30257. Now,
just a second, Mr. Pichela. I'm checking something as you are busy saying that. There is also another list. I
That is
see the
correct, my
date.
lady.
Just a second. There's another list that starts the dates. It's on the bottom, at the bottom of 30264. And the list is on page 30265. This relates to anchor because, am I correct to say, let me see.
But indeed so, my lady. Because what I was trying to do, my lady, was to deal with what was noted in respect of anchor.
Yes,
And the
I'm going
patients
to
that
request you.
eventually ended up there on the 23rd of June.
Yes, I'm going to request you, as you are being assisted here, just taking into account what Ms. Kasim has said and what I noted, looking at the date of the 23rd of June. Please go to this page and look at what is recorded on this last page. That is page 30265. As I indicated, the date is at the bottom of 30264. Maybe that can also assist because I think it relates to that paragraph. I'm not sure. But as I'm reading
Yes, I think, my lady, what I understand is anchor where it's involved in respect of this document starts on page 30255 until 30265.
Yes.
That is where anchor is involved. Going forward, it has nothing to do with anchor, my lady.
Page.
So I will be limiting myself from 30255 until 30265.
And the limitation will only be on that particular date, or will that be limited?
On the particular date, my lady, of the 23rd of June 2016.
Okay. I hope that clears it.
Mr. Shabangu is on the screen, my lady.
Yes. Just be careful that we shouldn't confuse the witness. Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady. I'm raising again the objection, my lady, on this document, my lady. I don't recall my colleague introduced this document to the witness. When was it drafted? Who drafted the document? And whether the witness does agree with the content of this document. And whether she was part of this document, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela?
Well, that is irrelevant. The document is part of the record. It details a period where the witness was the CEO of Anchor, and whether she was there and drafted and confirmed, I think it's not a statement. It's a document that's part of the record. It's got information that is relevant to the period where when she was CEO. She's in a position to confirm the accuracy of the information provided, my lady, and should be granted the opportunity to do so.
Whose hand is that? I see
Mr.
there's a hand.
Shabangu, my lady.
Okay. You want to reply, Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, indeed, I want to reply, my lady. It is relevant because, my lady, the document that is brought forward here, my lady, the document should be introduced properly to the witness. And looking at this document, my lady, when was it drafted? It is important that it should be brought to the attention of the witness, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela, can you please introduce the document to the witness so that she can understand, like as you did with the other statements?
My lady, I thought
you indicated that it was a report compiled by a colleague of the witness, Mr. Ngobo.
Yes, who is the acting CEO. That's why I took her to page 30252 so that she can have a look at the document, the face of the document, before I went into the cracks of it. So I don't know if Mr. Shabangu wants me to read through the purpose and background.
You can just check with her if she is familiar with the document, whether she has seen it, and explain it further to her. You can do that.
As your ladyship pleases.
Continue. Where is the witness?
Yes. Ms. Nyato, if you go on page 30252, this is the introductory page of this document. It appears that this document was compiled by the acting CEO of CCRC, Mr. J.J. Ngobo, on the 19th of April 2017. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm on that page.
If you look towards the end of the document, there is a column there. Do you see that column with a list of names and dates?
Yes. The one
Now,
that
I want us
that
to-
is titled, sorry. The one that is titled Patients Admitted from Life Esidimeni Randfontein in May 2016.
That is the one.
Okay, I see it.
Now, on the 10th of May 2016, were you the CEO of CCRC?
Yes, I was.
And you were the CEO of CCRC during that period up until the 4th of July 2016, correct?
That is correct.
So any date from the 10th of May 2016 until the 4th of July 2016 covers the period when you were the CEO of CCRC. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Now, hence I'm putting to you that this document covers the period. Right? If you start reading from this page 30255 up until 30265, it relates to the period when you were the CEO. Do you agree with me?
Yes, but I may not agree with the content of this report.
You will indeed have an opportunity to indicate in which respect you do not agree with the content of this report. We are now just trying to introduce this report to you. Do you follow so far?
Yeah, you are trying to introduce. Yes, for now, I'm trying to follow what is in this report because this is the first time I see this report.
Or is the first time you are seeing this report?
Yes.
Would you want to be given an opportunity to peruse these pages 30255 until 30265?
Mrs. Nyalo?
My lady, maybe I might request that.
Okay.
Because I'm not aware with the contents of this report.
You are not familiar with the contents?
I'm not.
Okay. I think we can give you some time. Just look at the document and then you will tell us when you are ready. The matter will then stand down in the meantime.
As the court pleases.
As the court please, my lady.
My lady, the witness is ready.
Thank you very much, Miss Marriott. You may proceed, Mr. Pichela.
Yeah. Miss Nyatu, if I may just confirm, you were able to gain a proper understanding of this document, correct?
Not correct. I do not understand the document, especially because one, it was not compiled by me, but I see there are many things that are reflected, which I don't have the know-how. The composer, where did he gets that information?
Now, Mrs. Nyatu, maybe to assist you, if you go to page 30261, and these are some of the reasons why it is proper and fair that you be given an opportunity to comment on this document. Go to page 30261, where it starts with 19, we'll call that paragraph 1, and then where it starts with the CEO, we'll call it paragraph 2. Do you see that paragraph 2 where it says the CEO, Ms. Nyatu?
That's the one.
On page 30261.
Is the witness on case line? Because I see she's got something in her hands.
My lady, she is on case line, but I printed the document for her as well, so it's easier to page through.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're indebted, my lady, to Ms. Marriott.
Yes, I am on that page.
Yes, now I want to give you a fair opportunity for you to comment on what is stated there.
Yes, you were explaining to her, I think she was not yet on the page regarding the paragraphs that appear on that page. If you can just repeat that.
Yes, what I'll call paragraph 2, it starts with the CEO, Ms. Matsidi Shonyatu, instructed the team to fetch 19 mental health care users from Life Esidimeni Waverley. You see that part?
Yes.
Now, if we follow the sequencing in terms of this document, the date should be the 19th of May 2016. It starts from the preceding page and then to the commentary on the next page. You see that? Ms. Nyatu?
I am trying to get the date that you are referring to.
The date of the 19th.
The date of the 19th on this
on page
3.
30260. A page preceding that one.
Okay. 30260. It says 19/5/2016. Yes, I see that from Waverley.
Yes. Then it extends to the next page. This commentary that I was referring to relates to what is stated on that date.
Yes, I see that part.
My lady, Advocate Shabangu again.
Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady, I apologize interrupting my colleague in his line of cross-examination. I think, my lady, I don't know where my learned friend is going with this, but however, my objection in this regard is, can my learned colleague explain this scanty information to
Mr. Pichel, I don't know.
My lady, I'm not the one who compiled the report. And I refer the witness to what is written in there so that the witness can take note of it.
I think this is
I
what
haven't
is
yet
contained.
asked a question.
Mr. Pichela is just reading the report as is to the witness. Can we just avoid certain things and allow the witness to give evidence, Mr. Shabangu? This is what is contained in the report.
as a court, please, my lady.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Yes, court, please, my lady.
Can you please lower your hand? Unless if that is the hand of someone else.
To lower it.
Continue. Where is the witness?
My lady.
Is Merot? Thank you.
Yes, court, please, my lady. Now, ma'am, if you read further, it says that these files were prepared by LE staff and just handed over with the mental health care users, full stop. And then it continues to say some of the patients came with identity documents too, full stop. And then ultimately it says they were admitted at CCRC. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. I can read that.
Yes. Now, what I want to understand now is, this is what was recorded by the team that you sent. Or maybe let me not put it that way. Let me say this. Was this reported to you by the people you had sent to go and fetch those 19 mental health care users at Waverley?
This was never reported to me.
Okay. Now, I just want to take you to the last paragraph. You will answer if you can. You may not answer. It says that 4 of those mental health care users that are highlighted on this list were subsequently discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016, as instructed by Dr. Manamela, full stop, and the purpose thereof was to create space for other mental health care users to be sent to CCRC. Is that the reason mental health care users or some of the mental health care users were transferred to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June was to make space for at CCRC for other mental health care users. Am I correct?
It is correct.
Okay. Now, will you agree with me that if indeed these mental health care users on the list were received from Esidimeni, Waverley, with scanty information which lacked medical history, then it follows that since they were transferred to Anchor NGO, they were also transferred with scanty information which lacked medical history. Would you agree with that proposition, ma'am?
No, I don't agree.
In what respect do you not agree?
In the respect that these patients were transferred firstly to CCRC. And I want to believe that CCRC was not the source of this information that was given, that there was scanty information that lacked medical history. I'm just assuming.
Don't tell us what you assume. We want facts here.
I don't have the facts, my lady. But
Yes,
I don't
but
agree.
you rather not say you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay.
Yes, conclude your evidence. Let's hear.
My lady, I don't know.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Nyadu, you mentioned an incident, a meeting that took place on the 20th of June. And I just want to refer you to the paragraph in your statement where you mentioned this meeting, which involved, or which purportedly involved my client, Mrs. Dorothy Franks. You can go to paragraph 9.3 of your amended statement. That should be on page 37554.
I'm on that page.
Yes. You make reference to a meeting of the 20th of June 2016 at the offices of Dr. Lebet. Do you see that?
Yes.
Paragraph 9.3.
9.3.
Correct, my lady. Now, the instructions that I received from my client was that she is not aware of any meeting that took place on the 20th of June 2016 at the offices of Dr. Lebete, nor was she part of that meeting. Do you have any comment on that?
I do not have any comments.
Are you able to supply the minutes of this purported meeting of the 20th of June 2016 if required to do so?
I'm afraid, my lady, I cannot supply the minutes of this meeting. But one of the people that was introduced to me was Ms. Dorothy Franks by Dr. Manamela, and Mr. Senoke was one of the people that was sharing that meeting.
Come again?
My lady, I was responding to the question to say that that meeting was chaired by Mr. Senoke. And the people that I mentioned were part of the meeting.
Continue.
As your ladyship pleases. Ma'am, if you read all through paragraph 9.3, you state that on the 23rd of June 2016, some of the patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to CCRC and CCRC patients were discharged to Anchor NGO on instructions of Dr. Manamela to Sister Managa. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm on the paragraph.
Now, will you agree with me that what you are stating here is not information, it's not first-hand information, it's basically hearsay. You are telling us what somebody told you, according to what your testimony also is today. You agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you, Councillor.
So are you saying that this information is first-hand information that you were able to observe yourself?
In my statement, I mentioned that Sister Manaka came to me to tell me that she got instructions from Dr. Manamela, and I inquired with Dr. Manamela to verify that instruction, and Dr. Manamela confirmed that information.
So on this day, you never went to Anchor to go and check on the patients that were transferred?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now, towards the end of this paragraph, on page 37554, am I correct to understand that these patients that were transferred to Anchor were selected by Sister Manaka?
That's correct.
And that there was no criteria that was used to transfer or to discharge these patients. Let me say discharge, not transfer.
That is correct.
Now, I want to understand the significance of this. You say that Sister Manaka gave you the discharge forms for you to sign, correct?
That is correct.
And this was on the 23rd of June, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
And you agreed to sign these discharge forms, even though you knew that there was no criteria that is being used to discharge these patients, correct?
Correct.
Continue.
Now, at this stage, I understand that the relationship between yourself and Dr. Manamela had deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
Just so I gain a proper understanding, when you say deteriorated, do you mean that you were no longer communicating directly, or she was no longer giving you instructions, or what exactly do you mean? To what degree did it deteriorate?
To the degree that she was giving instructions to a member of my staff, to CCRC professionals.
And no longer including you in that. And we know that some of those patients eventually perished. And the proposition that was put was that some of these NGOs should have refused to accept these patients. Even I recall Dr. Talatala going to the extent of saying that they should have gone and opened cases at the police station. Now, what I want to understand, my lady, with regard to this witness is, if this is it's a factor that eventually it can be argued that there was a duty on the NGOs to have acted in a particular manner, it also follows that there was a duty on the officials of the department seeing as there is a departure from the standard operating procedures that are implemented or the safety measures that were implemented with regard to the dealing with the transfers of mental health care patients. They also had a duty, my lady, to this witness, to the mental health care users.
I've noted you, Ms. Mirot. Let him finish. Are you done, Mr.
They also had a duty to the mental health care users. And my lady, it will be argued that the Mental Health Care Act actually creates this duty. It's a statutory duty. It is not an option or a discretion. It creates a duty that where you see wrongdoing in respect of mental health care users, you have a duty to report it. And that is where I'm going with this. I wanted to understand from this witness, having experienced that isolation, if I may call it, what measures did she take? What steps did she take to make sure that that is redressed?
Okay, let me hear Ms. Mirot.
As your ladyship pleases.
My lady, my colleague is confusing the Mental Health Care Act with the Inquest Act. The Inquest Act makes provision for this court to make a ruling pertaining to causality and the elements of death or the patients that was deceased. It's my respectful submission the fact that there was no communication between the department and NGO or CCRC does not take the inquest any further. And I submit still it's a relevant issue. There is no relevance pertaining to that question.
Thank you. Mr. Pitela, is there someone sent there or is that Ms. Mirot sent?
Mr. Shabangu, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Shabangu.
As the court pleases, my lady, I do support Ms. Marriot's objection in this regard that this issue pertains to relevance, my lady, and as well that my lady, the witness in her statement has mentioned that she further communicated with Dr. Manamela in this regard. She didn't leave the thing as it is. She further communicated with Dr. Manamela in that regard, my lady.
Thank you very much. I was just about to rule on this. I don't know whether you find it necessary to respond on what Mr. Chabango has just submitted. Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I'm in the hands of the court.
Okay. I have, in my view, having regard to the concerns raised, I'm more concerned about the issue of relevance. I hear you, Mr. Pichela, but where are we going with this type of questions? Indeed, this is an inquest. We should guard against putting other things in it.
My lady, if I may, with the leave of the court. My lady, it's not a point that I was going to take any further than what the witness would respond to. I would accept any answer that the witness is going to give on this aspect. But your ladyship will note that even though it is not strictly related to the issue of causation and so on and so forth, or in terms of the Inquest Act, the Inquest Act in this instance cannot be read in isolation. The act that deals with the care of mental health care users is the Mental Health Care Act. And we cannot divorce it from these proceedings by saying we are only going to deal with the Inquest Act, because if we only dealt with the Inquest Act, my lady, then this inquest should be done with by now, because it doesn't say anything about the degree of care that has to be given to the mental health care users. We find that information in the Mental Health Care Act, my lady. The answer that I was trying to get from the witness, your ladyship, was whether she reported this issue to anybody, whether the department knew of this breakdown, because it's important where one now is instructions are flying over her head and she's being sort of undermined. Her subordinates are receiving the instructions directly. it's a problem, my lady, because it shows a breakdown in the system.
Okay.
And we are here because of the breakdown.
Yes. Okay. This witness has already answered this question, isn't it? Has she answered? I think when the objection came, she had already answered. And if that is your argument, that is something that you can put in your argument.
As your ladyship pleases.
Then we can move on, please.
As your ladyship pleases.
Continue. The witness is here.
Mrs. Nyatlo, we are about at the end in respect of my cross-examination. I just wanted to find out something. I know that you have amended and you have extracted this part from your statement, but it relates to the relationship between CCRC and the NGOs. Do you follow me in that regard?
No, I don't follow, Councillor.
The relationship in this instance, ma'am, we are talking about how CCRC related to Enka and Siabadinga. Do you understand that?
I do not understand.
You don't understand how Enka and CCRC related, in the sense that were you assisting Enka with any training, with any shortages of medication that were reported to you, or with shortages of equipment and so on?
If you refer to that, Councillor, that was never a request that I received from ENCA. But I have received such a request from Siabadinga. Therefore, I had a strong relationship with Siabadinga, as the CCR did prepare to assist Siabadinga.
Okay. So there was that type of a relationship between CCRC and Siabadinga, but not CCRC and Enka. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if you may, the time that they came in, all the way, they came into the premises of CCRC, they were not at the same time. Siabadinga came first, and we had to, we did support Siabadinga.
Okay. Now, with regard to the sharing of premises, is it correct that Siabadinga and Enka were required to share some of the resources, like the kitchen and the laundry, to name just a few?
Yes.
Now, you were able to go and inspect those premises, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you inspected those premises, did you find them to be sufficient and appropriate to cater for the number of mental health care users that were being housed at these two NGOs?
They were not sufficient to cater for the two NGOs.
Now, did you, as the CEO of CCRC, do anything to try and assist these two NGOs?
Because the the said resources were minimal. It was just one laundry, one kitchen. The difficulty was how do they share? Like, for instance, if any of the NGOs were to prepare meals, who comes first into the kitchen? But then my hands were tied because CCRC does not belong to Ms. Nyaku, it belongs to the department. And it is the department's property that there was only one laundry, one kitchen, and they had to share. That is the concerns that are raised in the meeting that was taken, that took part on the 20 at Dr. Liberta's office. That I find it difficult for the NGOs to share.
And you'll agree with me that, as you have stated, it becomes very difficult and also incomprehensible how they are going to arrange the cooking and the washing of laundry and so on. But what I wanted to know was, interventions that were done by CCRC. That's what I wanted to understand. I mean, here you are looking at a problem, a crisis in front of your eyes unfolding. One kitchen, which means that the preparation of food and the speed at which food can be prepared is affected. There is one laundry, which means that washing of clothes and washing of bedding and so on is also affected. And you are there, you are part of this. This is happening in front of your eyes.
Yes.
What did you do?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Councillor, hence, I did raise this concern, but eventually I was also reported to the MEC, who came to CCRC to inspect. And at the end of that inspection, the MEC, Ms. Mahlangu, also enforced that relationship to say that the two NGOs must work together, they must share at the end of that inspection.
So they must share these limited resources.
Exactly.
That you had already deemed not to be sufficient.
That's so.
My lady, there's a hand.
Yes, Miss Merritt.
My lady, this question has now been asked 3 times and the witness's answer didn't change. She just indicated that they had to share and she reported the incident. I don't know what further information Advocate Pitlela needs from this witness.
Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, we're moving on. We're moving on. I think she has answered the question.
It's almost 4 o'clock now. Are you finishing with her in respect of this this NGO? Or are we still going to hear more things tomorrow?
I think, my lady, at this stage, it would be prudent to, if it pleases the court, to adjourn so that I can also try and get instructions. Because for the most part, what I've noted is some of the information, it overlaps in respect of the two NGOs. So I don't want it to be that I say to the court, I'm done with Anchor, and only for tomorrow to also still be referring to other things from Anchor, my lady.
Is that the feeling of everyone, that the court can adjourn now? I think there is nothing that we can do because you still have to continue tomorrow.
That's your ladyship, please.
It's now 8 minutes before 4 o'clock, Mr. Pienaar.
My lady, I just wanted to concede that I agree with your ladyship, my lady.
Okay. Mrs. Nyatlu, I just want to warn you that you are still under oath. You are not supposed to discuss your evidence with anyone else, including your Mr. Who's your representative, Mr. Shabangu, right? We will proceed with your evidence tomorrow morning. That will be from 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
The court will then adjourn until tomorrow.
As a court pleases, my lady.
Yes,
Yes. Well, just before we, yes, Nelisiwe, are you there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
Yes, just stop the recording so that we can just revert to, just convert this to a case management meeting. I haven't seen